Just to let all our viewers online watching know that as the heads of state and heads of government, special guests arrive, they will be greeted by protocol officers. We're just seeing now the arrival of the Prime Minister of Belize. He walked in, and that is John Briceño. We are continuing with the quick arrivals.
President of Guyana, His Excellency
So the convoy is moving in a motorcade into the Bastille area at the moment. We have some aerial views which are available to us from time to time. And as we spot the dignitaries walking in, we'll be able to share that information with you throughout the afternoon. Everyone is already well seated. It's approaching 4 o'clock. We're scheduled for 4 o'clock start this afternoon as we move into the opening ceremony of the Conference of Heads of Government. We're actually broadcasting from the Dome in the Frigate Bay area at the moment.
We are so grateful that you have chosen to spend a bit of your time in the afternoon with us. Of course, this is an important moment for regional unity. It's the 50th Heads of Government meeting, very significant. And special guests. I think I would say to further solidify the importance of this meeting here in last 10 seconds. Of course, at the meeting at Marriott Resort, the St. Kitts Marriott Resort, which of course is a Frigate Bay, as you can see, as the capital ships, it's that big yellow building just down the road.
It appears as though we have some other persons who might be now entering, heads of state and government. They are arriving out of order, just so that persons know they're not arriving in alphabetical order, the convoy. And so we are literally, as we see the official vehicles approaching, and they are exiting the vehicles, sharing the information with you in real time. Now we have the arrival of the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. Godwin Friday, and his wife, as well as the rest of his delegation as well.
Ebony, it seems like my microphone might have been off. Persons were not able to hear what I was saying. So just to give a brief recap, you are looking at the opening of the 50th meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government for the Caribbean Community. It's being held in Frigate Bay, St. Kitts, under the chairmanship of the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, who of course is the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. This view of Frigate Bay, you can see the Marriott, that is where the conference will be held, and the heads and special invited guests are making their way here to the Marriott Dome for the opening ceremony.
And just to recap for you, since there might have been a few that you missed and their arrivals, we'll just remind you of who those were. As we had that small technical difficulty in the beginning, we've already seen the arrival of the Prime Minister of Belize, John Briceño. We've also seen the arrival of the Prime Minister of the Republic of the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit. Also here in the building is the Honorable Godwin Friday of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dr. Irfan Ali, the Prime Minister of Guyana, has also arrived. We are hearing the police escort at the moment, which is signaling the arrival of some additional dignitaries and or special guests. So we will wait in to see who is up next. Also key to note that among the regular members, the associate members who are also coming in for the CARICOM meeting today, these would include countries like Curacao, Turks and Caicos Islands, and others are very important members of the CARICOM grouping nonetheless. However, they are not like St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua, Barbuda, Grenada, and so on,
They're
who are full
associate
members
yes,
of the association.
And Curacao, of course, is the newest associate member state. Here we take a look at the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar.
And she is followed by the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, Gaston Brown. Prime Minister Prasad Bisesa is also one of the presenters this afternoon, and so I know there are a lot of people anxiously waiting to hear her contribution today.
We now see the Premier of the British Virgin Islands, Dr. the Honorable Natalio Wheatley. And of course, as we mentioned, BVI is an associate member state of the Caribbean Community, or CARICOM, as we mostly know it.
So just to remind you that we are carrying here on this stream this afternoon, continuing coverage of the opening ceremony of the 50th regular meetings of the CARICOM heads of government. As part of the St. Kitts and Nevis contingent and the members of cabinet, we're seeing now the arrival of the Honorable Samuel Duggins. He is followed by the Honorable Senator Joyelle Clark.
And also we see the Honorable Congress Maynard. We can see more guests arriving here at the Marriott Dome as we prepare to begin the opening ceremony for the 50th meeting of CARICOM heads of government.
And just as a reminder of some of the speakers who are to come this afternoon in the course of the session, which looks as though we will have a prompt start today with the arrival of the foreign dignitaries. We have speaking as well, presenting the feature presentation this afternoon, Dr. the Honorable Terence Drew, who is the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis and also the current chair of CARICOM. So we're looking forward to his presentation. We've already mentioned Prime Minister Prasad Bisesa, who will be speaking this afternoon. She will also be joined in the lineup of speakers this afternoon by the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Dr. Andrew Holness. Also speaking this afternoon will be Dr. Carla Barnett, who is the CARICOM Secretary General. We've not seen her arrival. We look forward to welcoming her.
And of course, the Prime Minister. We see arriving now the Prime Minister of Jamaica, who actually is the outgoing chair of CARICOM, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness.
Also offering some remarks this afternoon, we've not yet seen her arrival, but that will be the President of Suriname, Jennifer Heiling Simmons. She will be entering hopefully very shortly. The motorcade, the official motorcade, continues into Frigate Bay from time to time in the back. Even as we broadcast here live from the Marriott Dome, you might be able to hear those sirens in the background.
And you can see some scenic shots of beautiful Frigate Bay here in St. Kitts. And if you've never had an opportunity to visit, we certainly would like to encourage our brothers and sisters across CARICOM to make their way to St. Kitts and Nevis. Of course, they say St. Kitts is sexy. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this on a stream for CARICOM, and Nevis is nice.
We're also looking forward this afternoon. They're already seated, so you won't see them coming in along with the dignitaries and so on, but you'll see them very shortly. The CARICOM Youth Ambassadors, St. Kitts and Nevis' ambassadors, those would be Akwanje Robinson and Siobhan Phipps Harding. They're actually going to open the ceremony this afternoon with their statements after we officially begin Everyone is taking their seats at this moment. Most persons already in place. We're now seeing the arrival of the Prime Minister of the Bahamas. That would be the Honorable, I believe it's
Philip Edward Davis.
Davis, yes.
Right. And importantly, Ebony, the Prime Minister would have traveled from St. Kitts and Nevis, Prime Minister the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, as the head of CARICOM, to meet individually with the leaders of the member states to rally regional unity. Of course, it's a common theme for this meeting. A number of geopolitical issues that are very challenging at this time, and so this meeting comes at a very critical time, very significant that it's being held here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And the Prime Minister was credited, of course, by persons around the region for his leadership style already as the head of CARICOM, going out and meeting each of them visibly and, having that face-to-face discussion with them. It was welcome.
Very important, as you said, at this particular time, as we navigate challenging moments in the Caribbean when unity and togetherness is more important than it ever has been before. And so to see this tour take place was something monumental, especially ahead of the Golden Jubilee, is it that we're at? 50 years of CARICOM. And we're looking to keep the body together and grow stronger coming out of this meeting. Big announcement was made in the last few days that the U.S. Secretary of State would also be attending these meetings. And so it is quite timely, I believe, for conversations with senior members of the Trump cabinet as well to be taking place at this very important and significant CARICOM meeting, as we seek to also foster good relationships with our partners in the world and with the region. So among those prime ministers and premiers that we are still waiting for would be Prime Minister of Barbados, Honorable Mia Motley. We're also waiting for the arrival of others, which would include the Premier of Anguilla, which is an associate member, Cora Richardson Hodge. Others to arrive are Alice Zilia Filemi of Haiti, the new Prime Minister who was just installed most recently as they continue the transition in that country. Honorable Philip J. Pierre as well is among those we are waiting for. We've not yet seen the arrival either of Deacon Mitchell, so we are anxiously waiting their arrival this afternoon as we look to the official start of the CARICOM Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community meeting.
And just a reminder for those of you, it's the 50th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM, and it's being held here in St. Kitts and Nevis under the chairmanship of Prime Minister the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew. The theme for the meeting is Action Today for a Thriving, Sustainable CARICOM. And Ebony, I find the use of the word sustainable in the theme very interesting. Of course, the scourge of climate change, as the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, Dr. Terence Drew, has repeatedly advocated against, that persons need to be aware of the challenges that we as small and developing states within CARICOM and around the world as well, of course, would face. It's very real, and there is that move towards sustainability.
Already among those seated are the Deputy Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Dr. Jeffrey Hanley. He's been here for quite some time. We're also seeing moving around, and we are expecting the official arrival of some delegates from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we anxiously await and look forward to that. We also have representatives who will be here today as well from the Afromex Bank. The Honorable Shirley Botchway, Secretary General of Commonwealth, is also due to join us, as well as representatives of the United Arab Emirates.
As we await the arrival of further heads of government, and as a guest, we are reminded of the critical importance of this meeting, which I will quote the Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Terence True. He said that the opening ceremony, which is of course what is happening here today, is more than a formal start to deliberations. It is a celebration of Caribbean oneness and a reaffirmation of our collective commitment to action. Stressing on that word action, of course. The Prime Minister continued, as we gather under the theme Beyond Words, we signal to our people and to the world that CARICOM is entering a new era of implementation, resilience, and sustainable prosperity.
So while there's a lull in the motorcade of approaching vehicles, just to remind you of, that was His Excellency Kenneth Douglas. He has just arrived at the venue as well. Just to remind you of those countries which are expected to participate in the meetings, which begin in earnest tomorrow, with closed sessions, all of them taking place in the Frigate Bay area. We have, in order, alphabetical order, the Honorable Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Bahamas, Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Barbados, Honorable John Brasenio, Prime Minister of Belize, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt, Prime Minister of Dominica, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, His Excellency Alice Didier Filami, Prime Minister of Haiti, the Most Honorable Dr. Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the Honorable Dr. Godwin Friday, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Her Excellency President Dr. Jennifer Reiling Simmons, President of the Republic of Suriname, Honorable Kamla Persad Bissessar, SC, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, Premier of Anguilla, Honorable Edward David Burt, Premier of Bermuda, the Honorable Dr. Natalia Wheatley, Premier of the British Virgin Islands, Honorable Andre Ebanks, Premier of the Cayman Islands, His Excellency Mr. Galmar Piaz, Prime Minister of Curacao, and Honorable Jamel R. Robinson, Deputy Premier of the Turks and Caicos Islands. They will be, of course, joined by Dr. Carla Barnett, who is the Secretary General of the Caribbean Community.
And important to note that, of course, there are a number of specially invited guests. Maybe you would have mentioned, of course, the U.S. Secretary of State, His Excellency Marco Rubio, is expected to address the meeting. And the meeting, I should actually mention, takes place from the 24th to the 27th here in Frigate Bay. The specially invited guests include His Excellency Adel Al-Jubeir, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and I'm sure there are some persons who have already seen the traditional wear of persons from Saudi. If you go look on the screen now, they're off to the right. The meeting will also be addressed by the Honorable Shirley Botchway, who is the Secretary General for the Commonwealth Secretariat. Her Excellency Noura bint Mohammed Al-Kabi, who is the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in the United Arab Emirates. And also Dr. George Itombi, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of the African Export-Import Bank, commonly referred to as Afrexim Bank.
Also just arriving is the Attorney General and Minister of Justice and Legal Affairs for St. Kitts and Nevis, Senator Garth Wilkin.
The 50th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of CARICOM will address critical regional priorities, including climate finance, food and energy security, regional security, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, geopolitical developments.
So we're having varying views of the audience. Just a moment ago, we were able to see a lot of persons from St. Kitts and Nevis in senior positions who were already seated and waiting for the proceedings to move forward today. Among them were the Governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, Timothy Antoine. We also saw that we have Senator Aislinn Phillip, who is already seated. We already indicated that we had the arrival of other cabinet secretaries here as well, along with his wife, seeing the Premier of Nevis and his wife, as well as members of the Nevis Island administration.
ECCB Governor Antoine is having a very interesting conversation, it seems like, with the Acting Financial Secretary for the Government of St. Kitts and Nevis, Carlton Parkson.
Very many members of the business community as well turned out. We're seeing a lot of senior civil servants as well in attendance this afternoon. Very important event, of course, not needless to say. Over 200 individuals, delegates, members of the media and others especially invited to be a part of this opening ceremony this afternoon. In the distance, we're also hearing the arrival of another official motorcade, and so we look forward to seeing who is joining us now. As it opens tomorrow, though, there are a number of topics that we expect will take place. You're seeing after they left the Marriott Golf Club, this is where the closed sessions will be held. We expect real deep conversations to be had on the issue of Haiti. We're expecting conversations to take place about Venezuela and the unfolding situation taking place there, as well as in Cuba. Reparations is also high on the list of issues to be discussed. Climate change, food security in the region. We are anxiously awaiting the conclusion of the meeting as well to know exactly what was discussed, what solutions and new policies we'll have guiding us moving forward.
And we can just see the arrival of the chair of CARICOM, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, and his wife, Mrs. Diane Prince Drew. And he's greeting the members of the Honeybee String Band from Nevis. Prime Minister looks like he's ready to shake a leg.
And the Prime Minister just stopping there along with his wife to take a portrait in front of the official CARICOM banner. Among some of the other issues that we expect may be coming up among the heads as they meet over the next few days are free movement and the Caribbean single market and economy. 4 countries so far having fully adopted it. Conversations, of course, to surround some concerns there may be in other member states who have not yet fully adopted the CSME and free movement principles. Air and sea transportation, perhaps as well, among those issues to be discussed as we move over the next few days, and they really put their heads together to chart the way forward for CARICOM over the next several months. Prime Minister Dr. Drew, of course, will be the chairman for the first half of the year. Digital economy and banking, these are all issues that we expect to be major talking points for the leaders across the region over the next few days. So we're inside the holding area, having a view of a very exclusive area there. The Prime Minister now engaging with Her Excellency Noura bint Mohammed Al-Kabi, Minister of State, responsible for foreign affairs of the United Arab Emirates. He is also now having a conversation with Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Kamla Prasad Bissessa. In the back, we're seeing Honorable Deacon Mitchell of Grenada. He's now meeting and saying hello to all the ministers, as he should, as the host and chair of CARICOM. Dr. Godwin Friday, Dr. Andrew Holness of Jamaica, and they're just off to the left, we're seeing Secretary General of CARICOM, Dr. Carla Barnett.
And you can see that there is good rapport between the Prime Minister and his colleague heads across the region. The Prime Minister is now greeting the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada.
So a great number of leaders already here. We're looking forward, I believe, to a start very shortly. It appears as though off to the left there, speaking might be representatives of the Afrexim Bank, speaking with Prime Minister of Dominica. It's not quite clear to see who that person is, but certainly we are also seeing members of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia delegation off to the back as well. As we prepare to get started, Antigua's Prime Minister Gaston Brown. So among those, everyone, of course, certainly significant, but of those that we certainly look forward to at regional events of this sort, Prime Minister Mia Mottley has not yet arrived. We're certainly looking forward to welcoming her.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ahead of the opening ceremony, we kindly invite you to take your seats at this time.
Prime Minister now greeting the President of Suriname. She actually is the first female president of that country.
Jennifer Heiling Simmons. I was looking out for, but I don't think I've quite spotted him yet. Andre Ebanks, with Premier of Cayman Islands. And we've not seen may very well be inside the building, because there are a few who have already moved into the holding area for the senior dignitaries. So he may very well be there. Prime Minister of Curacao, we've not yet seen him as yet. And the Deputy Premier of Turks and Caicos Island. But I'm quite sure, as is the case with Prime Minister Mottley, they'll be here very shortly. But with the announcement of seating, we will be moving inside to carry on the coverage of the meeting this afternoon, or the opening of the 50th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community. Again, a very important time for us, 50 years of meetings and of CARICOM's togetherness, and certainly looking forward to a long future of CARICOM staying united and working together as one region.
And there are some persons who may be looking at the stream and wondering where U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is. I should mention he's not going to be here for the opening. He's not in country as yet. He's scheduled to arrive later this week and participate in the meetings with CARICOM heads and also have some bilateral discussions with Prime Minister the Honorable Dr. Terence True. Now, the meeting with Secretary Rubio is expected to underscore the deep and long-standing partnership between CARICOM and the United States, and of course reflect ongoing efforts to strengthen cooperation in key areas. And it relates to the multilateral engagements. Prime Minister Drew is expected to hold a bilateral meeting, as I mentioned, with Secretary Rubio, and the discussion will allow for more focused dialogue on issues of national importance to St. Kitts and Nevis, as well as opportunities to deepen cooperation between St. Kitts and Nevis and the United States of America.
Ian, it's certainly been a pleasure sitting with you this afternoon, announcing the arrival of heads of delegations, heads of CARICOM, as we get into this meeting, and certainly look forward to a very exciting and insightful next few days. The meeting concludes on Thursday, but the work of CARICOM will certainly continue.
Excuse, good
We can see off into the distance on the left side of the screen, that's the island of Nevis, St. Kitts' sister island. We are standing by awaiting the official start to the 50th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM here in Frigate Bay in St. Kitts. We see the arrival of the Foreign Affairs Minister for St. Kitts and Nevis, the Right Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas.
And so our producers have just signaled to us that everyone has already arrived who should be here, with the exception of Honorable Mia Mountly, Prime Minister of Barbados. She will be joining us, however. And so the meeting moves forward. Also, to advise you of those persons who may not have been highlighted on camera but who are very much here with us today: His Excellency Adel Al-Hubier, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And you would have already pointed to Dr. George Alombi, who is the Afrexim Bank representative with us this afternoon. We would have seen on camera earlier as well Her Excellency Nora bint Mohammed Al-Khabi. She is the Minister of State responsible for foreign affairs for the United Arab Emirates.
As we continue to stand by for the official start to the opening ceremony for the 50th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, or CARICOM, being held here in St. Kitts under the chairmanship of Prime Minister the Honorable Dr. Terence True, who assumed the chairmanship of the CARICOM on January 1st of this year. The Prime Minister has consistently emphasized the importance of principled, respectful, and strategic engagement with international partners, noting that small states, such as the member states of CARICOM are, must remain united while actively shaping their place within an evolving global order. So as the meeting is about to officially get underway, I'm Ian Richards. Let me just say it was a pleasure being with you. Ebony, final words?
Certainly looking forward to the meeting today. And over the next several days, the opening ceremony is going to feature a number of very interesting cultural highlights as well. And so we invite all viewers to stay with us as we proceed into this most important meeting.
And also to stay tuned, up to date with developments from the meeting with the St. Kitts and Nevis Information Service. Their social media platforms is YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. And also the website is www.sknis.gov.kn. I'm Ian Richards, wishing you a wonderful afternoon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I can't do it. I am Julie Charles, and I am joined by my esteemed co-host, Mr. Curtis Martin. It is our pleasure to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 50th regular meeting of the Conference of the Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, convened under the theme, Beyond Words, Action Today for a Thriving, Sustainable CARICOM. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for the arrival of Her Excellency Dame Marcella Althea Liburd, GCMG JP, Governor General of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. As you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the arrival of the heads of delegation of the conference of the 50th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community. As each head of delegation is introduced, a primary school student approaches from the opposite side of the stage. They meet briefly at the center stage before the head of delegation proceeds to their position. In that moment, leadership meets the next generation, a meaningful expression of the theme, Beyond Words, Action Today for a Thriving, Sustainable CARICOM. Honorable Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda. Representing Barbados, Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Bahamas. My apologies. Barbados will be represented by the Honorable Mayor Amor Motley, who is currently on her way to the Federation. Moving right along, Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize. Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Honorable Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. His Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. His Excellency, Alex Didier Fils-Aimé, Prime Minister of Haiti. Representing the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, is the Honorable Alva Baptiste, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Dr. the Honorable Godwin Friday, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Her Excellency, Dr. Jennifer Gerlings Simmons, President of the Republic of Suriname. Honorable Kamala Persad Bisesa, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, Premier of Anguilla. Representing Honorable Edward David Burt, Premier of Bermuda, the Honorable Alexa Lightburn, Minister of Home Affairs. Dr. the Honorable Natalia Whitley, Premier of the British Virgin Islands. Honorable Andre Ebanks, Premier of the Cayman Islands. His Excellency, Mr. Gilmar Pisas, Prime Minister of CARICOM. Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica. Representing Montserrat. Calling on the head of delegation for Montserrat. Mayor Mee. Premier of Montserrat, Ruben Mee. And we go back to Barbados. Honorable Mayor Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Just landed. Yes. She just landed. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Jamel Robinson, Deputy Premier and Head of Delegation of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM. The Honorable Dr. Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis and Chairman of CARICOM. Let us give a warm round of applause for all of the heads of delegation. We now proceed with the singing of the national anthem, performed by Dr. Marissa Carty. The national anthem of St. Kitts and Nevis, performed by Dr. Marissa Carty.
Our country, where peace abounds, thy children stand free on the strength of will and love, with God in all our struggles. St. Kitts and Nevis be bound together with a common destiny. As stalwarts we stand for justice and liberty, with wisdom and truth. We will serve and honor thee. No sword nor spear can conquer, for God will sure defend. His blessing shall forever to posterity extend.
For the invocation, we now invite Reverend Renesia Huggins of the St. Paul's Wesleyan Holiness Church to invoke God's blessings on this ceremony.
Let us bow for prayer. Almighty and everlasting God, we gather at this significant moment in the life of our Caribbean community with hearts of gratitude for the rich heritage we share, diverse cultures, and resilient spirit that define our region. Lord, we thank you for the beauty of our islands and mainland territories, for the seas that surrounds us, the land that sustains us, and the people whose creativity and strength shape our shared destiny. We thank you for our leaders, delegates, and citizens who've come together for this important assembly. Lord, we ask for wisdom to guide every discussion, integrity to shape every decision, and courage to pursue what is just and beneficial for all of us. We ask for clarity, Father, of thought where issues are complex. We ask, God, that you would grant patience where perspectives differ. We ask that you would grant unity where there may be division. May this gathering strengthen cooperation among our nations and deepen our commitment to economic stability, social development, environmental stewardship, and the well-being of future generations. Bless the work of this community, Lord. Bless the partnerships formed and the agreements reached. Lord, we ask that you would bless our region with peace, resilience, and sustainable progress. May we leave this ceremony this afternoon renewed in purpose, mindful of our shared responsibility, and be determined to build a Caribbean that reflects dignity, opportunity, and hope for all. We offer this prayer. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Reverend Huggins. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be seated. We now invite the official photographers, SKNIS, and the CARICOM photographers to come forward and take photographs at this time. We now invite the other photographers to come forward and take photographs. Thank you. Our distinguished heads of delegation will now proceed to their seats. Your voice back in. Mine? I know.
Your Excellency, Dame Marcella A. Liebert, GC, MG, JP, Governor General of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, Honorable Dr. Terence M. Drew, Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and incoming Chair of the Caribbean Community, and Mrs. Prince Drew, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica and an outgoing Chair of the Caribbean Community, heads of government of the Caribbean Community and their spouses, Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, Honorable Lenine Blanchett, Speaker of the National Assembly, members of the Judiciary of St. Kitts and Nevis, members of the Federal Cabinet of St. Kitts and Nevis, Honorable Mark Brantley, Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition of the National Assembly and Premier of Nevis and Mrs. Brantley, other members of the National Assembly, Cabinet Ministers from CARICOM member states, Your Honor, Hailita Liebert, OBE, MH, Deputy Governor General for Nevis, members of the Nevis Island Assembly, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Right Excellent and the Right Honorable Dr. Sir Kennedy Simmons, KCMG, National Hero, and Lady Simmons, members of the CARICOM Secretariat Executive, ambassadors of member states accredited to CARICOM, His Excellency Adel bin Ahmed Al Jubeir, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, member of the Council of Ministers and Climate Envoy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Her Excellency Noura bint Mohammed Al Kabei, Minister of State at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates, ambassadors of third states accredited to CARICOM, permanent secretaries, senior government officials, Honorable Shirley Botchway, Commonwealth Secretary General, Dr. Didiscus Jules, Director General of the Organization of the Eastern Caribbean States, Dr. George Ilombe, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of the African Export-Import Bank, other representatives of international and regional organizations, members of delegations, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, to deliver welcome to the 50th regular meeting of the Caribbean Community, we invite the St. Kitts and Nevis Youth Ambassadors, Aquanje Robinson and Siobhan Phipps Harding, to bring welcome.
A very good afternoon to you all. On behalf of the government and the people of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, it is our distinct honor and privilege to welcome each and every one of you to this historic occasion, the 50th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community. To all who have traveled from near and far to join us, I extend our warmest greetings from our Twin Island Federation. May you feel from this very moment the genuine hospitality, pride, and warmth of our Kittitian and Nevisian people as we host this golden jubilee of Caribbean togetherness. My Caribbean people, we stand at a historic threshold. 50 meetings of this magnitude represents decades of shared vision. But as we gather today under the theme, Beyond Words, Action Today for a Thriving, Sustainable CARICOM, we must acknowledge a fundamental truth. Our region's people and youth are no longer looking for togetherness written in ink, but they are looking for progress etched into our landscapes. The people of this region are not blind to the gravity of our situation. We feel the volatility of a changing climate, the weight of shifting world orders, the burden of our shared debt, and the heartbreak of watching our best and brightest take our talents elsewhere when the future they seek feels more certain beyond our shores than within them.
We are keenly aware of the barriers before us, but we do not stand here in despair. Instead, we stand grounded in the one constant that has defined the Caribbean for centuries: resilience. Our resilience is not a modern buzzword. It is our inheritance. It is woven into our shared history, from the resistance of our ancestors to the reconstruction of our islands after every storm. This resilience has always united us. It is the grit that transformed our large ocean states into global giants in culture, sport, and diplomacy. And having survived the fractures of our past, we are no longer defined by what broke us, but by the sustainable future we stand ready to build. A thriving CARICOM, then, cannot resemble the systems that still constrain us. It must be intentional. It must be bold. It means digital connectivity that dissolves the borders between our classrooms and our markets. It means food security that breaks excessive import dependence and strengthens our capacity to sustain ourselves. It means climate justice that moves from rhetoric to tangible protection for our communities. And above all, it requires that although separated by water, we rise above division and govern with the resolve of one Caribbean. Let this 50th meeting be remembered not for the elegance of its speeches, but for the boldness of your vision and your implementation, moving beyond words together. Heads of government, as you begin your deliberations, remember that the action we take today is indeed the security and sustainability of CARICOM tomorrow.
And remember, our region's future is bright because we are building it together. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Aquanje Robinson and Chevron Phipps Harding, CARICOM Youth Ambassadors for St. Kitts and Nevis. Ladies and gentlemen, the CARICOM song is the official patriotic song of the Caribbean community. It reflects our history, celebrates our culture, and affirms the identity of Caribbean people. To perform the Caribbean song are Jakima Pitt, Brianna and Brenna Paul, Imani Martin, along with Synergy Movements, drummers, Panis, and the Revealers Band. Ladies and gentlemen, the CARICOM song.
Forefathers came, some seeking adventure, some bound in chains. Through battles waged and fought, through victory and pain. By test of their courage, our freedom was gained. In homage to those gone before us, the heroes are lands in the sun. We vow to join hands and to focus on building one Caribbean. Raise your voices high, sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drums for CARICOM.
The great and diversity, our ethnicities, the bonds that unite us are stronger than these.
We love, we dance and we play. We relate to each other the West Indian way. Today as a people united, determined
As the song reminds us, though great and diverse our ethnicities, the bonds that unite us are stronger than these. We dine, we pray, we love, we dance, and we play. We relate to each other the West Indian way. Today, as a people united, determined and steadfast we stand. We look to a brand new horizon, the future now, firmly hand in hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, to deliver her remarks.
Okay. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will adopt the protocols already established for this afternoon's proceedings, but would still like to acknowledge Your Excellency, the Marcella Liber, GCMG JP, Governor General of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis and Chairman of the Conference of Heads of Government, other Heads of Government of CARICOM, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We gather again in this beautiful Twin Island nation for the 50th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community. St. Kitts and Nevis hosted 2 major CARICOM meetings last year, when foreign ministers met in May for the 28th regular meeting of the Council for Foreign and Community Relations, and the 19th Caribbean Week of Agriculture, which was held in October. Then, the smallest sovereign state among us is punching above its weight, and no effort has been spared to ensure excellent arrangements for our meeting. On behalf of the community, I thank our host, the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister, and the people of St. Kitts and Nevis for their gracious hospitality to our delegations. Since assuming the chairmanship of CARICOM on January 1 this year, Prime Minister Drew has set the tone for a very active and productive tenure. His chairmanship started with emergency meetings of the community on the very first weekend of the year, and his in-person visits with heads of government in the region have clearly indicated his capacity for action and desire for unity and results. Chair, I am confident that under your guidance and with the support of your colleague heads of government, the Secretariat, and our regional institutions, the interests of our region will see accelerated advancement under your leadership. I was especially pleased to be welcomed with such clarity and passion by Akwanje Robinson and Siobhan Phipps Harding, 2 examples of the excellent cadre of young people who serve our region as youth ambassadors. I look forward to seeing even more of our young people's creative talent as the evening progresses. Excellencies, distinguished guests, without question, 2025 was one of the most challenging years in the history of our regional integration movement. Extreme weather events, geopolitical tensions, challenges to multilateralism and the rules-based system, and economic pressures tested our region and threatened hard-won development gains. We will not ever forget Hurricane Melissa, the destructive Category 5 system, which hit Haiti, the Bahamas, Bermuda, and other countries in the region, and left death and catastrophic destruction in its wake in Jamaica. Despite the challenges of response and recovery in the aftermath of the hurricane, We were privileged to have the determination and decisive leadership of Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, during his tenure as CARICOM chair up to the end of December 2025. Prime Minister Holness, we thank you for your commitment to CARICOM matters during that difficult time. Your government and people have CARICOM's continued support as restoration efforts continue. In the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, CARICOM demonstrated our characteristic resilience, the strength of our collective resolve, and the value of mutual support as our institutions, such as the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency and the Caribbean Public Health Agency, responded immediately with hands and with hearts to safeguard livelihoods and address humanitarian needs. Expert teams from member states mobilized technical personnel for rapid assessments, logistics coordination, and the movement of relief supplies. They helped to restore electrical lines, built houses, attended to the sick and injured, provided food and hygiene supplies, and supported fundraising efforts, tangible examples of compassion and unity. We acknowledge our partners in the region and beyond, whose overwhelming response helps our community to recover and build resilience as we experience with increasing frequency and severity extreme weather events. We also had occasion to be very proud of our long-standing record of solid democratic governance, as 7 CARICOM member states and 4 associate members held peaceful general elections during the year. Since our regular meeting in Jamaica last July, Her Excellency Dr. Jennifer Girling-Siemens was inaugurated as the first female President of the Republic of Suriname following general elections in May 2025. His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali was re-elected as President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness was re-elected as Prime Minister of Jamaica. Dr. the Honorable Godwin Friday was elected as the new Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Honorable Philip Pierre was re-elected as Prime Minister of St. Lucia. And Honorable Mia Amor Motley has returned as the Prime Minister of the Republic of Barbados. Warm congratulations to them all. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, even as we celebrate our gains, CARICOM heads of government are acutely aware of the importance of this meeting against the background of the prevailing environment. The theme, structure, and agenda for these 3 days reflect that awareness. We have gathered as a family with considerable time carved out for frank and thorough discussions of and engagement on priority issues. To have all of our member states represented at the level of head of government despite the heavy demands at home is testament to their commitment to this region and to the value of working together in our common interests. Individual national priorities remain vital. However, our collective strength is what amplifies our voice, secures opportunities for growth, and mitigates risk. This has been the approach to our united advocacy on the situation in Haiti, which has helped to transform a regional concern into a global priority. And the decision of 4 of our member states, Barbados, Belize, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to work together as of the 1st of October 2025 and allow full free movement among themselves within the framework of the CARICOM single market and economy is a pioneering step that has paved the way for increased economic activity and people-to-people contacts. We must continue to act together where our interests align, which in fact is far more often than it is sometimes made to appear. At the same time, the shifting global order presents tangible opportunity As new markets emerge, strategic partnerships are recalibrated, CARICOM must engage extra-regionally with intention and with coherence by articulating our shared priorities in such areas as energy transition, digital infrastructure, building resilience to climate change and technology. We can attract investments and forge business opportunities that are aligned with our development objectives. A coordinated foreign policy reduces our vulnerability to the inevitable external shocks which no member state can effectively absorb alone. The high number of third states that have pledged their commitment to increase engagement with the community, many of which are represented here today, demonstrates that cooperation and credibility can be transformed into new opportunities for growth, resilience, and shared prosperity. In this vein, I am extremely pleased to welcome the new President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank, Dr. George Elombe. His presence here today indicates CARICOM's renewed efforts to actively foster South-South partnerships, including with the African Union. Successful second CARICOM Africa Summit was held last year, and we are committed to continuing to deepen our engagement in such areas as finance and development, advocacy for reparations, air connectivity, and cultural exchanges. I also welcome our additional special guests, His Excellency Adel bin Ahmed Al Jaber, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Climate Envoy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who joins us following the successful inaugural CARICOM Saudi Arabia Summit held in 2023. Her Excellency Noura bin Mohammed Al Kabi, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, United Arab Emirates, and the Honorable Shirley Botchway, Commonwealth Secretary General. We look forward to their engagements with heads of government. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, the task before us is formidable but not insurmountable. Our regional integration movement has demonstrated tangible gains in human and social development, foreign policy coordination, security cooperation, and economic development, which have meaningfully improved the lives of the people we serve. As member states build on these achievements, the Secretariat remains firmly committed to maximizing the skills and experience of its staff members and other variable resources with which we have been entrusted. CARICOM citizens from every walk of life, in every corner of our community, are looking to us to fulfill the commitment we made as signatories to the Treaty of Chaguaramas. Akwanje, Sobian, and all the young people represented tonight embody the hope and promise of our region. They are the reminders that our solemn duty is to move, as the theme for this meeting urges, beyond words to action for a sustainable, thriving CARICOM. Distinguished guests, we are working towards ensuring that the defining outcome of this 50th regular meeting will be that it propels us decisively towards that goal. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Barnett. Culture is one of the ways we recognize ourselves. It connects identity with expression and is carried forward through participation and practice. We will now present a combined drum corps, the First Federal Brotherhood Drummers and the Spirit Drummers, in a drumology rooted in our Afro-Caribbean traditions. Moments like these extend beyond words. They speak through the rhythm of the African drum, a voice across generations and across the Caribbean community. Thank you for coming together through rhythm to be a part of the opening ceremony of the 50th regular meeting of the Conference of the Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, convened under the theme, Beyond Words, Action Today for a Thriving, Sustainable CARICOM. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, to deliver his remarks.
Her Excellency Dame Marcella Liburd, Governor General, and the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, colleague heads of government, Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a good evening in St. Kitts and Nevis. Let me first extend sincere appreciation for our gracious host, the government and people of St. Kitts, under the able leadership of your Prime Minister, Dr. Terence Drew. I'm grateful for the warm hospitality and the excellent arrangements put in place to facilitate this meeting. I also warmly acknowledge my colleague heads who have been re-elected and newly elected since our last regular meeting in July. The Honorable Philip Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, and the Honorable Mia Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Godwin Friday, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Heartiest congratulations to you and best wishes for a successful tenure. No, Irfan and I were elected, not since our last conference. We were elected before, right, Irfan? Newly. We were re-elected before, yes. Friends, it is a privilege to address this 50th regular conference of heads of government of the Caribbean community. 50 years or 50 meetings of this body represents far more than institutional continuity. They tell a story of political maturity, determination, and a shared conviction to Caribbean civilization. But anniversaries also demand honest reflection. We meet at a time when the speed of global change is outpacing the speed of regional coordination. Climate shocks arrive faster than our financing mechanisms. Criminal networks adapt faster than our institutions. Technological disruption is reshaping economies faster than our regulatory and skills frameworks can adapt. These challenges do not wait for us to be comfortable to align policy, resources, and action. The question before us, therefore, is not whether CARICOM can endure, for we have and we will, but whether it can deliver for our people with urgency and relevance in a rapidly changing world. For decades, an idealized narrative around Caribbean integration, while well-intentioned, has framed perhaps unrealistic expectations within our respective populations. It has also, perhaps unintentionally, diminished the genuine strengths of our existing arrangement. An association of independent states bound not by uniformity, but by shared purpose, mutual regard, and a deep history of collaboration. CARICOM is not, and has never claimed to be, a political union. Our treaty does not mandate a singular foreign policy or a supranational authority. And because we are sovereign states, each accountable to our own electorates, we will at times assess risks differently, sequence priorities differently, or interpret geopolitical opportunities differently. That is not evidence of the weakness of our association. This is the natural expression of sovereign democracies navigating an increasingly turbulent global environment. Too often, differences in national perspectives are portrayed as fractures, threatening the regional project. I submit that they are nothing of the sort. While there are undoubtedly circumstances where one voice has and will work for us to great effect globally, variations in national perspectives is not a liability to be feared. It is a resource to be harnessed. The measure of our integration should therefore not be uniformity of position, but effectiveness of cooperation. Indeed, our diversity of economies, political traditions, development strategies, and governance approaches is one of CARICOM's most underappreciated strengths. Each member state functions as its own laboratory of democracy, able to test policy innovations that others can study, refine, and adapt. This is not divergence. It is distributed regional problem solving. I offer Jamaica's approach to security as the first example. For decades, we have confronted levels of violence more severe and more persistent than elsewhere in the region. It has forced us to develop responses, legislative, operational, community-based, and technological, that may now offer lessons for sister states encountering emerging criminal threats. Our region's variability, therefore, is not an obstacle to integration. It is integration, practical, organic, and rooted in shared learning rather than a forced concept of uniformity. Still, even as sovereign states with sometimes differing priorities, there are core challenges such as regional security that binds us together and demand deeper cooperation. Organized criminal networks are increasingly sophisticated, technologically enabled, better armed, and not constrained by national boundaries. This week's events in Mexico exemplify that. Left unchecked, such networks can grow powerful and brazen enough to challenge the state itself. The Montego Bay Declaration on Transnational Organized Crime and Gangs, adopted during Jamaica's chairmanship, marked an important step in establishing a unified regional stance. This work must continue through intelligence sharing, joint operations, interoperable border management systems, and stronger alignment with regional and international partners. There is also the closely related matter of territorial integrity. As small states with vast maritime spaces and strategically important geographies, we each face pressures, external claims, illicit incursions, and evolving geopolitical interests that can challenge the sanctity of our borders. While our approaches may differ, our commitment to the principle is shared. Every member of CARICOM has the right to decide how best to defend its territory and maritime domain, and it is reasonable for them to expect the solidarity of every member state to that end. During our tenure as chair, Jamaica placed significant emphasis on regional security. We strengthened collaboration with CARICOM Impacts, deepened engagement with Interpol, and advanced coordinated efforts on border management and intelligence sharing. On Haiti, we reaffirmed that CARICOM has a critical role in supporting the political, humanitarian, and security pillars of the recovery. Jamaica remains fully committed to the work of the UN Security Council, endorsed Gang Suppression Force, the Standing Group of Partners, the Eminent Persons Group, and the OAS in supporting a coherent and sequenced pathway towards stability. Friends, we must address the situation in Cuba with clarity and courage. Cuba is our Caribbean neighbor. Its doctors and teachers have served across our region. Its people are part of our shared history. But today, the Cuban people face severe economic hardship, energy shortages, and growing humanitarian strain. Jamaica is sensitive to the struggles of the Cuban people. Humanitarian suffering serves no one. Apart from our fraternal care and solidarity with the Cuban people, it must be clear that a prolonged crisis in Cuba will not remain confined to Cuba. It will affect migration, security, and economic stability across the Caribbean basin. It is therefore important that we carefully consider this matter and take collective action. Let there be no doubt, Jamaica stands firmly for democracy, human rights, political accountability, and open market-based economies. We do not believe that long-term stability can exist where economic freedom is constrained and political participation is limited. Sustainable prosperity requires openness to ideas, to enterprise, to investment, and to the will of the people. This moment, therefore, calls not for rhetoric, but for responsible statecraft, even as we encourage support for humanitarian relief. Jamaica supports constructive dialogue between Cuba and the United States aimed at de-escalation, reform, and stability. We believe there is space, perhaps more space now than in years past, for pragmatic engagement that protects the Cuban people from any further deterioration in their circumstances and instead promotes national and regional prosperity. Friends, colleagues, as it has been said, the geopolitical environment is shifting. Maybe it has already shifted. This may well be a moment of opportunity, a moment for transition, for recalibration, for a new chapter. CARICOM can play a constructive role, not as an ideological bloc, but as a community of democratic states offering cooperation economic reform, and social development. This is not a moment for division in our community. It is a moment for maturity, for principled realism, and if we act wisely, for positive change in our hemisphere. This brings me to the second shared challenge, navigating the transformation of the global system itself. The new geopolitical and economic environment is being shaped by strategic rivalry, supply chain realignment, and a new era of trade protectionism alongside rapid technological disruptions powered by artificial intelligence. Control over information platforms, standards, algorithms, and networks now influence economic power, national security, and policy autonomy as profoundly as control over physical resources once did. For small states, the risk of marginalization in this environment are real, but so too are the opportunities for leapfrogging if we act deliberately. Digital capability is now a component of sovereignty. States that do not shape how technology is deployed will increasingly find their policy space shaped by others. Small states cannot afford to be passive observers of these shifts. Yet, here again, CARICOM's diversity is an asset. Because we are not bound to a single foreign policy. Different member states can cultivate different diplomatic, commercial, and strategic relationships. Rather than viewing this as fragmentation, we should recognize it as opportunity. Multiple points of engagement in a complex global system that can collectively enhance the region's resilience, influence, and optionality. No single Caribbean state can build scale across these domains alone, but together we can pool talent, align standards, develop digital public infrastructure to enhance productivity, inclusion, and resilience. Success will, however, require deep engagement, information sharing, and collaboration with each other. It will require true enhanced cooperation. For our part, Jamaica remains committed to a transparent, fair, and rules-based multilateral trading system that is responsive to the vulnerabilities of small island developing states while enabling us to compete and thrive in a tech-driven global economy. The Caribbean single market and economy remains one of our most important instruments of translating regional cooperation into real economic opportunity. It is a practical framework that allows member states to pool advantages, reduce barriers, and create a larger economic space in which our firms, workers, and innovators can compete. The strength of the CSME lies in its flexibility. It allows integration where our interests converge, while giving each country the room to sequence reforms at its own pace. Our task is to make the single market work better by improving connectivity, aligning standards where it matters, easing the movement of skills, and building compatible digital and logistics infrastructure so that scale is possible even for the smallest among us. A more functional CSME is essential to building resilience, raising productivity, and ensuring that Caribbean enterprises can thrive in an increasingly competitive global economy. Now, our region's solidarity was most recently powerfully demonstrated 4 months ago when Jamaica was struck by Hurricane Melissa. the most intensive hurricane to ever make landfall in the Atlantic basin. Melissa tested our people, our institutions, and our infrastructure. Yet, the recovery now underway stands as a testament not only to Jamaica's resilience, but to the strength of the Caribbean family. Permit me to convey my sincere gratitude to all of you for the supplies, cash donation, yes, there were some substantial cash donations, field hospitals, desalination plant, and personnel who are still in Jamaica, helping us to restore our grid and restore roofs. And we are most grateful, and I take this opportunity on behalf of the people of Jamaica to say thank you to my friends and colleagues. We are grateful for each and every contribution you made to Jamaica's relief effort, critical support when it was most needed, and like a family, each doing what it could. The visit of colleagues as a demonstration of your solidarity was also greatly appreciated. Your presence made CARICOM real and present at the level of communities and families, and you have the sincere gratitude of the Jamaican people, in particular the people who you met in Westmoreland, where you visited. But even as we acknowledge this powerful demonstration of regional solidarity, the increasing frequency and severity of climate shocks across our region makes it clear that resilience cannot rely on goodwill alone. It must be systemic. In addition to facing the world with a clear understanding that if SIDS like us are to survive, 1.5 must stay alive with all that is required of the largest emitters. But as a region, we must also move from response to preparedness, from rebuilding after disasters to pre-financing risk, pooling capacity, strengthening regional response mechanisms, and protecting fiscal stability so that climate shocks do not repeatedly derail our development trajectories. Friends, as we look to the future, I propose that we embrace a more grounded, more confident, and more strategic conception of CARICOM, one that reflects who we are and also equips us to become what is new in this era and what it demands. We are not a political union. We are, however, the oldest integration movement in the world. We are a powerful community of sovereign states with shared aspirations and overlapping and sometimes converging interests. That's just the reality. We are not monolithic. We are not always going to be one group. But we are aligned in critical areas that matter most for our people: security, resilience in all forms, economic opportunity, and global relevance. We are not peripheral. Our geography, youthful population, renewable energy potential, creative industries, and democratic traditions place us squarely within the strategic horizon of a rapidly changing world. Friends, Excellencies, at this juncture of our 50th regular meeting, a renewed vision for CARICOM must rest on these three imperatives. First, a competitiveness agenda anchored in logistics, connectivity, digital and AI-enabled transformation, and clean energy, allowing our economies to scale within the single market, even as each state advances its own development strategy. Second, institutional readiness. Regional bodies capable of delivering on clear priorities with professionalism and continuity, inspiring confidence among global partners, and these institutions must reduce their bureaucracy and increase their speed. And third, a nuanced diplomatic posture, one that recognizes diversity among member states as not fragmentation, but as a spectrum of strategic options that collectively enhance the region's leverage. Friends, if our economies are to scale, we must scale our ambitions. If our voice is to carry weight, we must speak with coherence, recognizing that unity does not require uniformity. And if we are to secure the future of our people, we must embrace both our shared identity and our sovereign dynamism. CARICOM endures because it adapts. It survives because we remain committed to the idea that small states can achieve big things when we work together. Jamaica's commitment to this project is unwavering because our national development is inseparable from the region's success. 50 conference is on, the work remains unfinished. As the theme of the conference urges us, we must move beyond words to action. The promise ahead of us is real if we pursue it together. I thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Holness, for your inspiring remarks. Please allow us to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia. We now turn to a distinctive folkloric tradition in St. Kitts and Nevis. Traditionally known as the clowns, this form originated in the community of St. Peter's, where Poincy resided during the 17th century. This tradition has been preserved there and remains closely linked to St. Peter's today, presenting the St. Peter's Clown Troupe, accompanied by the St. Peter's String Band.
Let's hear it for the St. Peter's Clown Troupe. Ladies and gentlemen, please give yourselves a big round of applause. Please give yourselves a big round of applause for being here. Because in listening to the speeches thus far, our presence is the start of everything. And so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Dr. the Honorable Godwin Friday, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to come forward to deliver his remarks.
Her Excellency, Dame Marcella Liebert, Governor General of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, fellow CARICOM heads, invited and distinguished guests, friends. Greetings from the wonderful people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I am delighted to be here at this vitally important event at such a critical time for our region. As we know, or many of you may, we recently had elections in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and a new government of the New Democratic Party was elected. The first change in government in almost 25 years. And the people gave us a clear mandate to govern. It was an emphatic win. So here I am. As a new head of government, a new face at this conference, I may have much to learn about how things are done in this body and across the organs of CARICOM, and about how perennial issues have been addressed over the years and where they stand now. But I hope, being new on the stage, I am unfettered by the trials and the frustrations of the past, and might bring some small insight or added motivation that might help us to move forward. It seems to me that any serious consideration of the subject of regional integration and CARICOM's place in it begins with the familiar lament about the agonizingly slow pace of forward movement and the elusiveness of unity and collective action, especially in international affairs. Over the years, we have come to near breaking points. Words have been exchanged amongst leaders. Meetings have failed or even failed to take place because of an inability to agree on critical matters or a lack of will. And for that, we have been mocked at times as being more CARICOM than CARICOM. Yet, here we are. CARICOM survives. And the spirit of regional integration persists and indeed grows. And other countries seek full membership or associate membership in the organization. Consider that despite all the tensions and problems over the years, from the Closer Union Conference in 1949 in Jamaica, through the ill-fated West Indian Federation a decade later, then CARIFTA, and ultimately our much maligned, but still beloved CARICOM. The integration spirit has endured. And those who ask, why? To you I say, the answer is simple. Because we need it. And we all know this. We may complain and fight amongst ourselves, but meanwhile we continue to support and reshape it. We remain ever hopeful that it will become more able to address our needs. We do this not only because of the ties of common history and a shared culture, but fundamentally because we all recognize the inescapable fact that we must have CARICOM or something like it. If the OACS, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, of which I am now the chairman, and CARICOM or similar organizations were not around today, we would feel their absence and set about working to create them. Thankfully, CARICOM remains. But now, more than ever, we are being tested. We are challenged from inside and out. The world around us grows more perilous daily. International rules and practices that we have become used to over the years have changed in troubling ways that call upon us to look to one another for support. Where we thought we could safely rely on familiar roads of the road, we must now tread cautiously and maneuver as best we can to advance our individual and collective interests. Friends, our persistence on the path of regionalism, no matter the challenges, is the best way forward. Let us strengthen our resolve about that. As I intimated above, I am committed to working alongside all of my colleagues, not merely out of sentimentalism, but also because there is no better alternative that I can think of for my country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And indeed, I believe, for all of us. In the current global realities, we need each other more than ever. If we do not continue to strive together and pool our limited power and resources, we cannot hope to withstand the increasing political and economic headwinds and deliver better living standards for our people. That is the central value of our integration movement. The reason we make such an effort just to be here. Through CARICOM, we are collectively better able to stake our claim in an evolving world. Let us never be so discouraged by our shortcomings that we fail to see just how much we have accomplished over the years. While we must do better, let us acknowledge that what we have done together has been a lot. Indeed, I say let us shout about it, so that not only the technocrats in government offices across the region, but also ordinary citizens too, would know about each step forward, big or small. This would enhance the credibility and the relevance of the organization in our respective countries. Clearly, we must do a better job of engaging our people in the affairs of CARICOM. What we do here and in other forums must not only be about them, it must also be with them. For that is where our strength truly lies, in the people. Sometimes we question our purpose. But let us resolve that when there are doubts, they be only about how and never about whether we go forward. And then we can confidently work together on the real issues confronting our people, eliminating poverty and creating prosperity, removing obstacles to commerce, including currency-related ones, closing the skills gap in our workforce to meet the needs of our economies and promote employment, confronting climate change, and resilience financing, promoting peace and security in Haiti and our region, addressing the emerging humanitarian crisis in Cuba and Cuba's place within our Caribbean. Friends, thank you for welcoming me so warmly in this conference. To the people of St. Kitts and Nevis and to Prime Minister Drew, thank you so much for literally rolling out the red carpet yesterday. I look forward to working with you, but please, let us quicken the pace. The road ahead may be arduous and full of obstacles, but it is a viable path, made even more certain when we decide to walk together. When we hold our neighbor's hand now, we make the journey easier and safer for those who follow. I say thank you and God bless. I pray that we have a successful conference.
Thank you, Dr. the Honorable Godwin Friday, for your inspiring remarks. Let's hear it for Dr. Friday once again. Music has long been a powerful expression of faith, identity, and national pride across our Caribbean community. Through harmony and voice, it gives form to reflection, resolve, and hope. Under the direction of Mr. Clyde Richardson, Voices of the Federation will now perform a musical medley featuring My Soul's Been Anchored in the Lord, arranged by Moses Hogan, followed by My Nation, arranged by Mr. Clyde Richardson himself. Voices of the Federation, ladies and gentlemen.
All the time.
about you, about me love. Me no know about you, about me love. Me no know about you, about me love. This country is yours. 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 All yours. It is yours. That's why we sing. I love St. Kitts. You love St. Kitts. We love St. Kitts. She loves St. Kitts. Long live St. Kitts. Viva St. Kitts. Viva. Viva. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. That's why we sing. I love St. Kitts. You love me best. He loves St. Kitts. She loves me best. Long live St. Kitts. Viva, viva, viva. 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 You're my home, sweet Saint Kitts. I love you. You're my home,
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the voices of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Indeed, a very good prelude to our next presenter. It now gives me great pleasure to invite Her Excellency, Dr. Jennifer Gerling Simmons, President of the Republic of Suriname, to deliver her remarks. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, for President Gerling Simmons.
The Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Terence Drew, colleague heads of state and government of the Caribbean Community, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, Dr. Carla Burnett, honorable ministers and their delegates. Good evening. It has been said that CARICOM is a unity, not uniformity. And this speaks to my country, so I will greet you and wish you good evening in some of the many languages of my country. Goedenavond, which is Dutch, the formal language. Kuneti, in the language we all speak in Suriname when we want to understand one another. Bye or bahina or ram ram namaste, which is Suriname, and salam alaikum. And these are only some, but let me proceed. Good evening. It is a profound honor to address you on this occasion. Allow me to begin by warmly congratulating the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Terence Drew, on assuming the chairmanship of our Caribbean community. The generosity and hospitality extended by the government and people of St. Kitts and Nevis have created an environment that is both welcoming and conducive to meaningful dialogue. We are confident that under your guidance, this meeting will be both productive and forward-looking. The Republic of Suriname stands ready to fully support your chairmanship and to work constructively with all member states as we pursue our shared regional goals. Allow me to equally pay sincere tribute to the outgoing chair, the Honorable Andrew Holmes, Prime Minister of Jamaica. His tenure coincided with a period of regional challenges and global uncertainty marked by natural disasters, social pressures, and economic disruptions. Yet, throughout this challenging period, Jamaica provided steady and focused leadership. Thank you. We salute the resilience of the Jamaican people and acknowledge the strength and clarity with which Prime Minister Holmes guided this community. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and responsibility that I stand here as the first female President of the Republic of Suriname in office for about 7 months. I accepted this responsibility with humility and determination. CARICOM is not merely an institution, it's a family. And it's a privilege to join this family at such a defining moment. We meet at a time when the global landscape is changing rapidly. We acknowledge this. Economic volatility, climate insecurity, geopolitical changes, and social pressures continue to test the resilience of small states like ours. And these are not distant threats. They shape our daily governance, our economic decisions, and the future of our peoples. In this environment, regional unity is not optional, it's a necessity. The Caribbean strength has always rested on its capacity to stand together and mostly to speak with one voice, to demonstrate that small states can exercise collective influence far beyond their individual size. Yet, let us be clear. The Caribbean is not defined by its vulnerabilities. We're defined by our resilience, creativity, and our determination to endure and thrive. Across our history, from federation efforts and conflicts to economic crisis to natural disasters, our region has consistently chosen for close cooperation and collaboration over fragmentation. That commitment is the foundation on which we must now build our future. Suriname stands as a catalyst for innovation, social cohesion, and resilience. Our culture is diverse, vibrant, and more than a reflection of our past. We place great emphasis in our policies on the empowerment of youth and on harnessing the power of sports and culture as unifying forces in Suriname and across the region. We must recognize that the world for which we are preparing them will not resemble the one we inherited. Rapid technological advancement, digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and green transition are redefining industries, labor markets, and governance itself. Our responsibility, therefore, is not merely to educate, but to equip, to ensure that young people possess the skills, adaptability, digital literacy, and entrepreneurial mindset necessary to thrive in a rapidly evolving global landscape. For this reason, youth must remain central to our regional agenda, actively shaping our policies in education, technology, innovation, and social inclusion. At the same time, diversification, value-added production for millions of people, because we are millions, and innovations across sectors are essential if we are to withstand global shocks and create sustainable economic opportunities for our people. Another pillar of our collective progress lies in the way we work together as a region, and I want to emphasize this. We must pursue new models of cooperation that strengthens regional industries, improve food security, services, infrastructure, and digital connectivity, and thereby reducing external dependency and reinforcing Caribbean self-reliance. Suriname remains committed to working closely with our regional partners in enhancing value chains, foster shared industrial and agricultural growth, and promote entrepreneurship across CARICOM, particularly among youth. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, global energy dynamics are evolving, and Suriname is increasingly positioned within this new landscape. Our emerging oil and gas sector presents significant potential, not as a goal in itself, but as a catalyst for broader, long-term national and regional development, anchored in responsible resource governance and deliberate investment in economic diversification and environmental sustainability. The region is in energy transition, and Suriname is open to contribute. If developed prudently, the energy sector can strengthen regional energy security. And I think it is very important to actually strengthen energy security, support industrial transformation, and create tangible opportunities for our citizens. It is therefore essential that revenues generated from oil and gas are strategically directed towards diversification and nature preservation, ensuring the development of a resilient and sustainable economy that extends well beyond the lifespan of the sector itself. So we must proceed with integrity and foresight. Climate change continues to disproportionately affect our region. For us, it's not a distant or theoretical concern. It's an immediate and existential reality. Rising sea levels, extreme weather events, coastal erosion, food insecurity, and biodiversity loss exert increasing pressures on our economies and our people. In this context, equitable access to climate finance is a necessity grounded in fairness and justice. The international community must recognize that small islands and low-lying developing states bear the greatest vulnerability while contributing the least to global emissions. In the case of Suriname, we are actually a carbon-negative country, with our vast forest cover absorbing more carbon dioxide than we emit. CARICOM must therefore keep advocating for fair, predictable, and accessible climate finance from various sources. In closing, as we commence the 50th regular meeting of heads of states and government, let us muster the strength and courage that have to carry us through challenging times ahead. Let us leave this meeting with renewed purpose, clearer strategies, and a deeper resolve to shape a future world for our people's aspirations. I thank you. Grantani.
Thank you, President Gerlins Simmons, for your fraternal greetings. the spoken word. We continue to showcase the creative voices of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Through spoken word, language becomes a space for reflection and perspective. Please welcome Ali Wan, a renowned spoken word artist performing Foreign Affairs. Listen carefully to every word. Thank you.
So, I came to set the record straight concerning my foreign affairs, and I came to tell the truth. Nothing but the truth, I swear. Antigua, I've been watching you for a while, dancing with your flags in the sunshine, and I'm trying to decide how many dives I can take yearly. She said 365. But I fell in love with her sister. Yes, Barbuda. She had me at hello. I miss running my hands through her pink sand at the Tower Martello. But next door was the Emerald. I'll do anything just to make her smile. Montserrat. See, she's a natural attraction. And she's so hot, might cause an eruption. Dominica, from her imperial Amazon to her bouillon, I want it all. After God is her earth. Her TLC had me chasing waterfalls. St. Lucia, on her back is how she sleeps. Look at her perfect physique. I got a sneak peek of her piton peaks. I spazzed. She said, relax and listen some jazz. While she lotioned me with sulfur and gave me a mud bath. St. Vincent, well, let me tell you the truth. Ain't nothing sweeter than your fried jackfish and your breadfruit. And the grenadines, sweet like grenadines. I don't want to be a visitor because St. Vincent, she already captured my prime minister. Forgive me, because I was peeping at the neighbor, but they say spyglass don't sell in Grenada. I saw her oil down, jab, body looking so right. She got that blend of nutmeg, cocoa, and spice. And Miss Trinidad, her waistline to that steel pan, I turn a blind eye. I don't see no red flag. Tobago, of course, I'm in trouble. Man, she's so sweet, she had me coming back for doubles. Barbados, Miss Independent. See, with these chains of islands, she is dependent. She holds that trident and tell me, make a wish. Girl, I wouldn't trade you. I don't give a flying fish. This next chick says she's up to my chicks. She changed the laws of physics because oil and water don't mix. Miss Guyana, deep down she's golden, sugarcane sweet. I almost proposed being that guy on his knees. But I had to leave because I believe in Belize. She told me about the pyramids and watch out for the pyramid schemes. She want to go on dates and different adventures. She even made me adopt the Mayan calendar. Suriname, a hidden gem. She's mine, that's right, but she minds her own business. I love that bauxite. She's a keeper, and that's plain to see, because she's all about justice, faith, and loyalty. Anguilla, she keeps it clean. The water crystal clear, it's in her genes. She wanna swim with dolphins and hold them poker runs. You know Rainbow City, where girls just want to have fun? Bermuda. At the naval dockyard, we go for walks. She's fine as heaven in her Bermuda shorts. Her love, you see, it can't be bought, so try a different angle. Man, so many have failed trying to enter her triangle. My summer crush, Miss Bahamas. We are 700 strong. See, no one can harm us. She's down for me through rain, storm, any weather. She said forward, upward, onward, together. Man, if I have to spend my life with anyone, it would be VI. See, she's luxury. I'll invest in her like I'm CBI. She likes sailing and taking natural photos. She loves fast boats. Well, no less than 4 mottos. Miss Calypso, she's into that Dutch architecture. Stunning views, great for the family picture. She said, I look like that deep intellectual type. Well, let me choral speak. I want to dive deep in your marine life. Turks and Caicos, see, she's flamboyant. She likes pink flamingos, and that's flamboyance. She loves the beach and wants me to be her spouse. Well, that's a Grand Turk idea. It lit up the lighthouse. My Cayman Islands, she's my lifeguard. She taught me how to ride these waves. These current seas, offshore banks, really showed me how to save. Her friends asked, where you find he? She replied, he was found upon the sea. Say, she wanna keep me for life as long as I'm tax-free. My next girl, she was athletic. She was up to speed. Curry goat, jerk pork, best chef indeed. Reggae and dancehall, creative dance like helicopter. She said, you better call me name twice. She said, Jamaica, Jamaica. Well, this French chick, with her French kiss, had me under a spell. She said, my name is Haiti. She asked, comment tu t'appelles? I said, moi, je m'appelle Ali One. Revolutionary, every battle she won. See, every step she takes, the earth shakes. Her presence is felt. She deserves and still holds that championship belt. She asks, who beat you? I said, nobody could beat me. She asks, who beat you? I said, oh, my country. Jabit, St. Kitts, and Nevis. Oh, well, that's my 5 minutes. Honorable members, should I finish this? Well, guess what? I don't need no permission because I'm a born Kittitian. St. Kitts, Lyamiga. See, I was so eager to meet you. My eye lands on your perfect features. You're shining. Between your black rocks are diamonds. Raised flags, 2 stars aligning. Your great stance never falter. Brimstone Hattie, you're my great Gibraltar. And you're the type that I would take to the altar. Park, colonize, call me Ceremonial. Engage, vows we exchange. Kalinago rocks we engraved. Independent girl, you break chains. See, Berkeley, stand still, but times change. Sugar City, sweet Sugar City. I'm St. Christopher, no biggie. Pelicans dive and fly for my city. It would be a bloody point if I died for my city. See, Owali, you're sexy, I'm sorry, forgive me. But looking at your hot spring body really tempts me. Girl, you make me sing, oh land of beauty. Lady of snow, it's you I seek. Nevis Peak, no, that's a figure of speech. Culturama, the queen of the Caribbees, she always wear her crown high, that's how Nevis speaks. Bass hotels keep me calm. Poinciana, she reigns even when she falls. See, 4 seasons may change, but we weather the storm. And you're placed above me, you're my coat of arms, you know? Queen City, my Queen City, with that oval face is so pretty, you know, breadfruit, saltfish, she hooked that up for me. With those polymangoes, got me going crazy. Man, this is the new anthem. Y'all raise those flags for me. Now that's my news. Go, bring, come, CARICOM, and spread love throughout this CARICOM. Thank you.
There you had it, ladies and gentlemen, Foreign Affairs, seen through a lens of affection and appreciation for each island, recognized for what makes it distinct, yet part of a wider whole. CARICOM tourism promotion at its best. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it again for Ali Wan for that wonderful piece. We're getting near the end. Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to introduce and to have our next presenter, the Honorable Kamala Persad Bissessa, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, to bring her remarks.
Thank you all very much. There was a time, as we welcome today another female leader, President of Suriname, congratulations. There was a time when it was just two of us. First it was me, and then it was Mia. And then it was Mia, and it was me again. And now it's me again. So thank you all very much as we join with our female leaders at this CARICOM Heads. I just want to give you a short moment of some light relief. I'm not a great comedian, but I'll try. So thank you for your introduction. Mia, you remember, as Ministers of Education, we would go to schools and give speeches. And so we'd get the introductions there. So one school decided they will not use an adult to introduce me. They would use a little boy. He was just 11 plus, just wrote the exam and went into secondary school. So he comes to the mic and he says, I am not going to make any long, boring speech. My job here is to introduce Kamala. So I'm not making that long, boring speech, but here's the person who will make that speech. Kamala Persad Bissessa. Prime Minister Drew, thank you for your hospitality, the warmth that we received here in St. Kitts. And you well know it's not my first visit. I had the pleasure to work here with Mia. We were both young budding lawyers then. We are still budding lawyers, but we did work together here in St. Kitts, and I'm very happy of the warmth we received from you, Prime Minister, and your family, and of course the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Fellow CARICOM heads, dignitaries, distinguished guests, I welcome for the first time to a CARICOM meeting from one Twin Island Republic to another one here, Trinidad and Tobago, Chief Secretary Farley, the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House Assembly. Please welcome him. For the first time, we have a Tobago representative in the CARICOM. So distinguished members all here, and of course, all the visitors who've joined us from the UAE, please welcome Minister Kabi. She's here with her minister. Can we welcome her to St. Kitts? And today, I have to say some things that may be good and kind, but I have to also face the reality of what is happening in my own country, in Trinidad and Tobago. And so I welcome the words of Prime Minister Holness when he spoke of the balanced way that he looked at the CARICOM. We all have different pathways to walk, but our destination, our goal, our aim is the same. It's for a better quality of life for the people in our country and for the whole of the region. So, Prime Minister Holness, we thank you. We were very happy with your words, the balanced approach that you took. And of course, we really admired the resilience of the Jamaican people when you weathered that horrible, devastating storm in Jamaica. We all took notice, and we're really admiring what you've transitioned then and what you're still doing now. So Trinidad and Tobago, today we reaffirm our commitment to remain a vested partner in the work of CARICOM. But I also like to take an opportunity for a short time to speak openly and constructively for the benefit of all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. To date, it remains very unsettling to me that in October 2022, the then sitting TNT government coordinated the kidnapping of a Trinidad citizen from another CARICOM state. He was visiting another CARICOM state, and he was kidnapped. Our Supreme Court has ruled that he was kidnapped. He was placed in handcuffs, transported to the airport, and then back to Trinidad. I think an RSS plane was used to transport him. He was kidnapped. And then I was opposition leader. I wrote to the CARICOM Secretariat, that's 2022. 2022. I wrote to the Secretariat of the CARICOM asking, what happened? How could you have facilitated the kidnapping of a TNT citizen? Please let us know what was happening and how it happened. To date, that was 2022, I have not had a response from the Secretariat. So I say to CARICOM, that response, non-response, it may be the result of poor management, lax accountability, or most concerning, that one ceases to be recognized by the Secretariat as a member citizen of CARICOM when not in government. And so I want to reaffirm that the CARICOM should be the voice for all, not just for the governing parties, not just for those in the Caribbean who form government parties. And so I'd ask you, we have to chart a way forward. Yes, we won our elections. Yes, we are the majority parties, all of us here, all the heads. But we were all in opposition once, and we may all be in opposition again. But we must work together for all of our nations, all our citizens, whether they belong to the governing party or whether they belong to the opposing parties. So that, I say, still concerns me. How one of my citizens was kidnapped in another CARICOM state, and when I inquired, the Secretariat could not give me an answer up to today. That should never happen. CARICOM as an organization should not be misused by anyone to benefit or protect political parties and friends affiliated with the incumbent government. CARICOM governments and their political parties who actively involve themselves in the domestic and political affairs of member states to assist sister or brother parties cannot then expect that when we come together that we must hug up each other. When in the last election gone, you sent your missives, you sent your people from your party to openly campaign against another political party. I'm sorry I have to share this, but it hurt me a lot when I saw what transpired within the last set of elections in the CARICOM. So CARICOM governments, if we are to hug up each other and cooperate, it cannot be that last week you sent your person down to St. Vincent or to Jamaica or to wherever, or to Guyana. You sent your political persons, not technocrats. You sent them down to campaign. I don't think that is right, because today I will have to face you. We are not red and we are not yellow, we are not blue, we are not green. We are all CARICOM persons, and we must give that respect to every single one. And no leader here sitting would want another CARICOM head of state to send people to campaign in your domain. That should never happen. So that has led to what I say, unneeded factional divisions and private conflicts between regional leaders and political parties. And of course, it hinders the progress of the CARICOM. As we move forward, I congratulate the other speakers before me, and I'm in tune with what you're saying. So I will keep mine down a bit, because we had a great discourse from Prime Minister Holness as former chair. And I want to say, Trinidad and Tobago, like you, sir, we respect the sovereign right of CARICOM members with respect to your choice for national security for your nation and respect your choice for foreign policy. We respect that sovereignty, and we expect no less from others. We took very careful note of what happened in the CARICOM in 2025, when my government chose to lend support then to the Nicolas Maduro regime. And despite repeated threats against 2 fellow CARICOM members from Venezuela, most of the CARICOM stood against the 2. Only 2 were threatened. One was Guyana, still under threat. I openly said that if they touch Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago will be there with you and stand with you. And the other was Trinidad and Tobago. We are threatened, and we are still threatened by Venezuela. And I'll say a little more about that in a moment. So how could the CARICOM be a zone of peace when a narco dictator who imprisoned and killed thousands of civilians and opposition members? You will see recently over 300 persons from the opposition in Venezuela have been released. They were in prison because of politics. So how can it be when that regime was threatening violence to 2 CARICOM member states, there was no voice from the CARICOM? We were talking about a zone of peace. And in my respectful view, my country is not a zone of peace, and I'll tell you why. Because of the unreliability of the CARICOM in the above situation, TNT Guyana, we cannot bind ourselves to the same political ideologies, the same foreign issues, and the same security policies of the entire CARICOM. That's why I welcome Prime Minister Alder's words, that we have each our own pathway to walk, depending on what is happening in our country. And so, my friends, I say, going forward, we will work with the CARICOM. We were invested in the CARICOM. We've been there from day one, and we want to be there after the end and the beginning and in the end. We want to be there with the CARICOM. It's very vital. I'm a CARICOM child, you know. I lived in Jamaica, as you know, Prime Minister. I studied in Jamaica 14 years. I studied there. I lectured at the university in Jamaica. I lived in Barbados. My child was born in Barbados. My son is Bajan. Recently, he was trying to apply to UWI to get into UWITV law school. And when he took his Bajan passport, they said, no. You have to come and bring a TT ID card. Sounds like a joking matter, but a serious matter. May you know that. My son was born in Barbados, and of course Trinidad. So I've had that experience of living and working Jamaica, Barbados, and of course my own country, Trinidad and Tobago. So we will want to have our own foreign issues, policies, defend our sovereignty as we see best. And so I come to the elephant that might be in the room. I come to the USA and the cooperation that we had with the USA. Thanks to President Trump, thanks to Secretary Rubio and the US military, I say thank you today for standing firm against narco trafficking, human and arms smuggling originated from Venezuela. That is what we were facing in Trinidad and Tobago. Maybe some of you other islands in the Caribbean, your nations do not have that level of illegal migration and, of course, the crime. So in 2024, crime was being treated as a public health gimmick. It was dubbed a public health issue. It's not a public health issue. Because of the crime, you're not alive to get any public health. You're dead. That's what the crime is like. So don't talk to me about a zone of peace when I will tell you, Trinidad and Tobago, 1.4 million people. We recorded 623 murders in 1 year, in 2024. And 40% of those murders, they were gang-related, driven by narcotics, by firearms from smuggling from Venezuela, and gangs coming out of Venezuela and mingling and mixing with gangs in Trinidad. In 2025, change of government, change of policy to treat with the drug cartels and the gangs as violent terrorist organizations. The military action by the American military in the Caribbean caused, you know what happened in our country? Caused our murder rate to decrease by 42%. You know what that meant? There were 257 less murders in TNT. I can say thanks again to President Trump. And thanks again to Secretary Rubio, Marco Rubio. I thank them and the U.S. military for the cooperation and what they shared with us for national security matters. Maybe in your islands you don't have the kind of crime we have. I know Prime Minister Houseless, we tried to pass the Oswald bill in Trinidad. We were not as fortunate as you in the parliament, but I know you have done well with your murder rate. So some of us, the crime is so bad, I cannot depend on just my military, my protective services, and certainly from you in the CARICOM, many of you do not have military or large police services to help us down there. So again, I repeat, you know, in Trinidad there's a saying, who vex loss? But we gained from the help, I'm saying, that military help, and I will welcome them again. So we changed the policy, and we were able to bring those murders down by 42%. As I say, that's 257 less people who would have been dead had we not taken that course of action. So let me finally take this opportunity to sympathize with the government and people of Mexico, as Prime Minister Holness mentioned, with regards to the cartel-fueled mass violence happening there. That could have been Trinidad and Tobago if we did not take the action we did. To partner with the U.S. is not to undermine the Caribbean region, but to defend it. TNT will continue to cooperate with the U.S. in the best interests of our citizens to drive destabilizing and destructive forces out of our country, out of our region, and out of our hemisphere. On the issue of full and free movement, I'll go quickly here, just a few points. I know we are all committed to full and free movement. I know several CARICOM islands are moving forward with that. But in Trinidad and Tobago, again, illegal migration is a big problem. It has been left to flourish not just in TNT, but elsewhere. Currently, Trinbagonian taxpayers, we pay the bills for the tens of thousands of illegal migrants who have come into our country. It has put an enormous strain on our health services, government services, financial resources, and we are working diligently to resolve this illegal immigration crisis that we have. Again, many of you may not have it, but Venezuela is just 7 miles away from us, and we're going through right now to try to identify and do a registration exercise because there are thousands of them who are a drain on the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago. So at this time, I will say the greatest respect, Prime Minister Drew, Trinidad and Tobago, we are fully committed in principle to the full and free movement, but we have to deal with the thousands of illegal ones I already have in my country. So I will say, not at this time, but we agree in principle to full and free movement. And then there's a global focus on Cuba, right here at our CARICOM. And let me remind me and us, every single leader in this room was elected by a free and fair democratic election. Everyone in our countries. And so I ask, why do some CARICOM governments and political parties believe that they and their parties and their supporters should have the right to contest democratic elections to choose them as leaders, where the Cuban citizens have no right to free and fair election? And whilst I talk with you, Prime Minister Holness, I empathize with the people, the good people of Cuba, but there's a regime that's a dictatorial one, and none of us want that in our country, not one of us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today. We were all elected by free and fair elections. And so we cannot advocate for others to live under communism and dictatorship, but we want to live here in our CARICOM region under democracy and capitalism. That's an oxymoron, it's a contradiction. For ourselves, we want free democracy, but tell the Cuban people, okay, we feel sorry for you. It can't work. And as you said, Prime Minister Holness, we have to find a mechanism for the humanitarian efforts of the people of Cuba, but at the same time, we cannot, and I will not, Trinidad and Tobago will not support a dictatorship in Cuba or anywhere else. We will not support it. What we do, we support regular, free and fair democratic elections in a multi-party system. We are All citizens must have equality before the law. There must be the rule of law. There must be majority rule and minority rights. We must have the separation of powers and the checks and balances. We must have accountability and transparency. We must have freedom of expression and association. And for us in Trinidad and Tobago, we must have capitalism. We will not support dictatorships. I turn to Haiti quite briefly. In Haiti, democracy continues to be under threat. For decades, we have been saying, as Rudder, the Calypso in Trinidad, he sang, Haiti, I'm sorry, Haiti, we are sorry, and we are still sorry, decades and decades after. Armed gangs, political collapse, food insecurity have converged to overwhelm democracy and create a protracted emergency. We in Trinidad and Tobago, we support the United States and Panama's proposed gang suppression force to subdue violent gangs and to help restore order in Haiti. We are committed to sharing the burden with the US and Panama and other willing countries to assist the gang suppression force in bringing peace to Haiti. We have to come together to help them. In conclusion, I say, I began by reaffirming Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to CARICOM. In that spirit of regional partnership, we warmly invite member states to encourage their nationals to take advantage of the new educational opportunities in Trinidad and Tobago. We have established, we are working on it now, we had built it 10 years ago, it was shut down, the South Campus of the UWI. We welcome all students from CARICOM. We want to open it in September in the new academic year. So we welcome CARICOM students to come to us for those additional spaces at the UWI. And in addition, we have reopened the Couva Children's Hospital, and we hope to get some help from the UAE. They're here today, we met with them, our delegates met with them for a full opening of that Couva Children's Hospital, which we open up as well. A state-of-the-art children's hospital we open to all citizens of the CARICOM. Please come, we have a campus. Education is a passport out of poverty. Take advantage of that extra campus, and of course, the spaces and the beds at the Couva Children's Hospital. We look forward to collective coordination and cooperation whenever and wherever our policies and initiatives align with those of the CARICOM. However, as I close, I say TND will put our national interests first. Our citizens will choose our path forward. And so, let us all move beyond words. I had a joke with some of my staff who were here, the famous NATO, no action, talk only. Let's not continue all the talking, and let's what you did for the theme, beyond words, action today for thriving, sustainable CARICOM. I thank you very much, and may the good Lord continue to bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Prasad Visesa. Let's hear it for Prime Minister Prasad Visesa. Performing our next act, performing We Is We, the first female to capture our national senior Calypso monarch title, a four-time senior Calypso monarch, widely known, sobriquet Queen Independent. Here is Caricia Willett to perform her piece, We Is We.
Good evening.
Of the outside world, so the truth we bear to the tongue of our victor's reign. Hand in hand we join, our strength defined and mighty.
them we are one, tell them we are strong. We are the Caribbean. Our strength lies between the colors that we all share. Tell them we are one, tell them we are strong. We are the Caribbean. One voice, one vision, one dream. We are the islands, we are the flame. Many colors, one heart, one name. When we stand together, love is always the key. The Caribbean stronger in unity. Lift our voice so the world can see. The Caribbean stronger in. I want you to help me sing it. We is a we, we is a we, we is a we. There we go. We is a we, we is a we, we is a we. We is a we is a we, we is a we. We come last. I know you can sing harder than that. Whoa, there we go. We is a, hey, we is, we is, we is, we is, we is a we, we is a we, we is a, there we go. We is a we. Are you hear melody? We is a we, we is a we, we is a we. Oh, because the Caribbean stronger. Tell them we stronger together. Tell them the Caribbean stronger. Tell them me, whoa, we is, together. You see that them coming together. Higher. We is a we is a we. So stand let the world can see. No matter what happens, we always will stand together. Even when our leaders disagree. Because at the end of the day, we and they can't stop us together. We is a we is a we, we is a we. We is a we is a we, we is a we. We is a we is a we, we is a we.
We is we is we. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, it is my honor now to present to you the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, Dr. Terence Michael Drew, a leader whose vision and dedication continue to strengthen the bonds of our Caribbean family, as he delivers the feature address of the 50th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Terence Michael Drew, Honorable Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Recently, I traveled across the Caribbean. My Caribbean, your Caribbean. My intention was to visit as many heads of government, as many leaders that time would permit. But as I traveled from state to state, country to country, and in many cases, island to island. There was one undeniable fact, that this Caribbean of ours is the most beautiful place on earth. And I know we have our international guests here, but I'm sure they would excuse me. But as I met each leader, it stirred something in me. It stirred a sense of pride, a sense of dignity, that though we varied sometimes in our own outlook, our politics, our geopolitical position, irrespective of all of that, there is indeed a fact that remains, that these leaders in the Caribbean, who are a reflection of our people, are surely people to be proud of. And so the Caribbean at this time, and CARICOM, might be going through challenges and difficulties. But I want to say one thing before I get further into it. That at a time when it seems toughest, when the seas seem rough, when those who are the critics are doing their best at criticizing and suggesting that CARICOM has lost its way, today, in St. Kitts and Nevis, in this great hall, in our presence, are all the leaders of the full members of CARICOM. And almost all the leaders of the associated states. And the last time, when we had all the leaders in the same space for a meeting, was over 10 years ago. So in adversity, there's opportunity. Put your hands together for all our Caribbean leaders who are here with us this evening. Your Excellency, Dame Marcella Liebert, Governor General of this beautiful twin island state of St. Kitts and Nevis, to all of my fellow heads of government who are here, who have already been introduced, I salute you. To our dear SG Barnett, whose tireless work is certainly keeping us together and afloat. She has been working hard, and put your hands together for her as well. You know, sometimes I feel bad when she has to get up 5 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, responding to international emergencies. And she does it without flinching. Thank you, SG, for your leadership. I want to recognize all of the members of the cabinet of the government of St. Kitts and Nevis who are here this evening. I want to thank you for your tremendous support. I want to thank all of our international guests, our special guests, whose names have been mentioned already. I want to thank you for the confidence that you have reposed in us with your presence and your continued collaboration, not just as a federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, but definitely as a region. We are certainly happy to have you here in this Twin Island Federation. Today, as you entered your rooms, you would have found a handwritten note. A note that I made deliberate effort to ensure that my penmanship was clear. As a doctor, they said my penmanship is bad. But I made sure, I committed to ensure that you would be able to understand it. And it was a simple message to you, my colleagues. Welcome to St. Kitts and Nevis. We are honored to host you. Together, let us continue strengthening CARICOM for the benefit of all of our people. Signed, Terence. And Terence is yours truly. And over the past several weeks, as I've said before, I had the privilege of visiting many of you. In every capital, I was received with warmth and generosity. As a result, I left each encounter with a renewed sense of pride in your leadership, your intellect, and your unwavering commitment to this regional enterprise. Your insights have enriched our collective preparation for this meeting, and for that, I thank each of you sincerely and dearly. At this juncture, I wish to place on record our profound appreciation for Prime Minister, Most Honorable Andrew Holness, for his service as chairman of CARICOM. His tenure, put your hands together for him. Thank you, Most Honorable. His tenure was marked by steady stewardship during a period of global uncertainty and regional complexity. But with a calm resolve and clarity of purpose, he guided our deliberations, strengthened engagement among member states, and ensured that the community's voice remained coherent and respected on the international stage. Under his chairmanship, CARICOM continued to advocate firmly on issues of climate justice, security, cooperation, and economic resilience. You heard him tonight. His leadership reflected discipline, dignity, and a deep commitment to togetherness. So on behalf of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and on behalf of all the members of this great community, I extend sincere thanks to you, Prime Minister, for your service to our community. Put your hands together again for him. Colleagues, CARICOM stands at a decisive hour. The global order is shifting, and as was mentioned, it has probably already shifted. Supply chains remain uncertain, energy markets fluctuate, and climate shocks intensify. In such a world, fragmentation breeds vulnerability. By contrast, my dear colleagues, togetherness generates resilience. Before examining the road ahead, it is important to reflect on who we are as a people. From the crucible of oppression and exploitation, we built free and democratic nations. From discarded oil drums in Trinidad, we fashioned the steel pan. From struggle emerged spiritual movements such as the Spiritual Baptists of the Grenadines and St. Vincent, and the Rastafari movement throughout the region, which was started in Jamaica. We gave the world reggae music. We gave the world soca and all of the genre. We gave the world compa and zouk. We gave the world an enticement of music that none other could have done. But we also produced Nobel laureates, scholars, athletes. The fastest human being is from this region. We also produced revolutionaries. Revolutionaries from our sister country of Haiti, which fought for its independence and became the first country on earth where the slaves took their freedom. Revolutionaries who shaped labor rights, and democratic governance. And I speak to the uprising of 1935 at Buckley's estate right here in St. Kitts and Nevis that sent shockwaves throughout the whole world. And I might add that our contribution has been significant to the point where even a founding father of the United States of America, His Excellency, Honorable, God bless his soul, Alexander Hamilton, was born in this Caribbean basin. He was born on the island of Nevis. That is our significant contribution to the world. Accordingly, a world without CARICOM would be culturally poorer, intellectually diminished, and spiritually less vibrant. Just imagine a world without CARICOM. It definitely would not be the same. Our integration was neither accidental or causal. It was formalized through the Treaty of Chaguaramas and the revised treaty. That treaty was not merely a document. It was a declaration of Caribbean confidence. It was grounded in cooperation, functional integration, economic coordination, and collective self-reliance. Those guiding principles are not simply historical markers. Rather, they are living instruments that must guide our conduct today. We must never, ever forget our foundational principles. Indeed, by ourselves, many of our states could not have achieved what togetherness has made possible. Through CARICOM, we strengthened regional public health surveillance and coordinated response. Through RSS, regional security system, we enhanced collective security operations. Through CISEC, we harmonized educational standards and expanded opportunity for all of our people, especially our young people. Through the Caribbean Development Bank, we secured development financing and technical support that strengthened infrastructure and social investment across our region. By ourselves, these achievements would have remained aspirations only, but through togetherness, they became reality. This is the contribution of CARICOM. But against this foundation, we have now deepened our collective effort. Food security, we must deepen our collective effort. Food security, for instance, must evolve into food sovereignty. We cannot continue what we are capable of producing by importing so much. We must modernize agriculture, invest in agro-processing, expand irrigation, and remove barriers that slow movement of agricultural goods across our borders. We owe it to our farmers, our entrepreneurs, and our young innovators to ensure that regional opportunity is not obstructed by administrative hesitation. Similarly, connectivity must move from aspiration to implementation. It must not be easier to travel beyond our region than within it. Therefore, we must strengthen air and sea links, improve port efficiency, and digitize customs systems that serve our purpose. Connectivity is the infrastructure of togetherness. It allows trade, culture, and opportunity to circulate freely within our shared Caribbean space. In the same spirit, energy security, as was mentioned by our dear President from Suriname, energy security demands coordinated ambition. Our dependence on imported fossil fuels exposes us to volatility and drains precious foreign exchange. In St. Kitts and Nevis, for example, we are approaching a transformational milestone. On Nevis, specifically, we are preparing to finalize arrangements to commence geothermal drilling this year, a goal that our fellow country of Dominica has achieved, and we have learned significantly from the experience. Significantly, this has been made possible through collaboration between the government and the opposition. When the national interest is clear, togetherness must prevail. When I initially take office and I met with the leader of the opposition, who is the Premier of Nevis, I said to him, we have differing political views. As a matter of fact, I am on the government side and you're on the opposition side. But there's a resource in the Federation that can liberate our Federation and help us to become energy independent and transform us as a people. I think at the heart of everything, you want better for your people in Nevis, I want better for the people of the Federation, and I'm willing to set all political differences aside so that we can treat the issue of geothermal and energy independence as a national aspect that we can forge together. And I want to say that the leader of the opposition and Premier of Nevis, the Honorable Mark Grantley, I have not seen him, but I trust that he's here with us this evening. Thank you for your collaboration and cooperation. And so I recognize, my dear sister from Trinidad and Tobago, Prime Minister, that you are here with the Chief Minister, I think you mentioned, from Tobago. And I'm saying that we are expressing that same solidarity when national interest is more important than our personal political ambitions. Thank you, Premier. But I want to say that we have achieved this thus far because another CARICOM institution, CDB, has been instrumental in carrying us the furthest point that we have reached to realize the development of geothermal on Nevis. Without CARICOM, it would not have been possible. And to that end, I want to thank our dear friends from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia who are partnering with us as well. Put your hands together for them. But as I speak about energy independence, I want to speak also about trade. Because trade must be advanced with renewed commitment. Intra-regional commerce remains below its potential, far below its potential. We must therefore dismantle barriers that impede us and strengthen regional value chains. Trade is not merely an economic transaction. It is the circulation of opportunity. And we owe it to our people. We owe it to all of our people to ensure that opportunity moves freely within our community. And at the same time, regional security demands vigilance and innovation. Transnational criminal networks exploit our geography and vulnerabilities. Illicit firearms, narcotics trafficking, cybercrime, and money laundering undermine public safety and economic confidence. Our response must therefore be intelligence-driven and regionally coordinated. Again, we need that togetherness to tackle the issue of transnational crime. Here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and as we have said and we have recognized, that we are independent sovereign states and we take decisions at times that would benefit our nation. And there might be differing views on how we approach certain situations because of our unique positions. So in St. Kitts and Nevis, we have approached crime and violence through a public health lens. We established a citizen security secretariat, integrating enforcement with social services and community engagement. We are now transforming it into the National Secretariat for Human Security and Well-being. It cannot just be citizens who we take care of alone, but anybody who comes to our shores, we have to determine that their security is also our priority. Hence, human security and well-being. This reflects the understanding that security encompasses dignity of all of our citizens, opportunity for all of our citizens and people, and stability for all of our people. And as a consequence of this coordinated approach, where we brought all together, including the opposition, for once again, I stepped out and said that the issue of national security and crime and violence cannot be a political football or just a political matter. It is a national matter. And if it is a national matter, then it takes a national approach. And so our position was to bring all together, government, opposition, and the community. And as a result of that coordinated approach, with, of course, national security being fundamental as well, over the past year and a half, we have recorded in St. Kitts and Nevis an over 80% reduction in homicides, reaching the lowest levels in decades. And this approach has worked extremely well for St. Kitts and Nevis. Sometimes one cap does not fit all, but this is the cap that St. Kitts and Nevis carries. Lives that have been lost are now being saved. Trauma that could have been caused has been replaced by hope. And so while the work is not complete, these results demonstrate that when institutions and communities act together, meaningful progress is achievable. When institutions and communities act together, meaningful progress is achievable. All within the broader security framework, Haiti demands our sustained attention. A stable Haiti is a stable Caribbean. The Haitian people are part of our regional family. St. Kitts and Nevis, as small as we are, we welcome members of the Haitian community and extended all of our social services and support and settled a community of Haitians here in our small state. And so even as a small state, we have done such. However, our resources, we must admit, are finite. Nevertheless, we must continue to work as a community to ensure that the best opportunity for Haiti to remain to peace and tranquility, stability, democracy, economic development, all these things that would benefit their people, we must not waver. Health and security remains equally indispensable across our region. Shared surveillance, coordinated emergency response, resilient supply chains, and strong public health institutions are essential if we are to continue to be a healthy people in this region. CARICOM exemplifies how togetherness in health governance saves lives and strengthens confidence. Another CARICOM entity serving our people. None by ourselves could have handled the response during COVID, But through CARICOM, its diligent work, its coordinated efforts, bringing all of us together, we were able to confront COVID as a region and survived, and we were victorious. But moreover, the climate crisis compels urgent and coordinated action. Our rising sea levels, stronger hurricanes, and unpredictable rainfall threatens our infrastructure and economies. Though our emissions are small, our exposure is significant. Therefore, we must advocate for one voice internationally while strengthening resilience at home. Climate action rooted in togetherness safeguards our shared future. The Caribbean is disproportionately affected negatively by the scourge of climate change, and we must never relent to advocate for ourselves on the international stage. I want to say, as I wrap up this final one, technological advancement. This will define the next generation of Caribbean development. Digital transformation strengthens governance, education, commerce, and security. Initiatives such as expanded digital education, these offerings from our fellow CARICOM country of Guyana, illustrate how innovation can widen access and empower our youth. We must strengthen digital infrastructure, enhance cyber resilience, and cultivate technological capacity that supports diversification and competitiveness. Technological progress pursued together expands possibility for all of our people here in CARICOM. And so taken collectively, and I've only touched on a few issues, these priorities are not isolated ambitions. Rather, they are interconnected expressions of togetherness in action. Food security reinforces health. Energy security strengthens trade. Connectivity enables commerce. Technology enhances security. Regional engagement stabilizes Haiti. Climate resilience protects our future. History, I said to us this evening, will not measure us by our communiques, but by our courage. And all of the geopolitical matters that are happening in our region. I've spoken to the matter of Haiti, but the humanitarian situation in Cuba, our community must address. For a destabilized Cuba will definitely affect the whole region. A destabilized Cuba will destabilize all of us. Cuba's population is anywhere from 9 to 12 million people. Excluding Haiti, the rest of CARICOM does not amount to 10 million people. Therefore, if a state within our community is so destabilized, it will affect all of us in the region. And as a matter of course, it is important that the community looks at the humanitarian issue in Cuba, treats it extremely seriously, and the community must serve as a conduit to ensure that there is communication and dialogue between the forces that be, so that the best opportunity can be had. And so I ask the community that even though the situation might be daunting, we have a collective effort to make to stabilize our region. I must give full disclosure. I studied in Cuba. I lived in Cuba for 7 years. I have friends there. I have people who are like family to me. They reach out to me and tell me of their difficulties. Food has become terribly scarce for some. Access to water has been challenging. Garbage fill the streets. Houses without electricity. I can only feel the pain of those who treated me so well when I was a student. I can feel their challenges and their difficulties. I do not get involved in their politics, but as a matter of humanity, it is challenging. I will say it is almost impossible not to feel the pain that the pain that is conveyed to me in messages and calls from those who I lived among. And therefore, I want to bring that to CARICOM so that we can look at the humanitarian situation. And like the others would have said before me, let us devise the mechanisms, the channels, so that we can help the people of Cuba at this particular time. And so CARICOM can help directly, and CARICOM can become a conduit for conversations so that the best outcome would be had. And so, if ever there were a time to recommit ourselves to togetherness, it is now. If ever there was a time to recommit ourselves to togetherness, it is now. Therefore, I call on all of us, respecting our sovereignty, and it was put very eloquently by the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, that our sovereignties must be respected. But while we do that, and that cannot be compromised, I am hoping that this conference be remembered not merely for eloquence and speeches, not merely for the niceties of the decorations, not merely for the huge crowd that is here and the excellent entertainment that we had, not merely for the fact that all the leaders are here with us today, but let this be a conference that must be remembered for action, for execution, that would have advanced our Caribbean community and civilization. Let us commit, therefore, to measurable outcomes, disciplined coordination, and faithful adherence to the principles that founded our community. Let us strengthen CARICOM. For none, I said in my opening remarks or my introductory speech, none is coming to save us. We must save ourselves. And as we depart from this gathering, may we do so grounded in togetherness, confident in our shared strength, and unwavering in our collective purpose. The Caribbean has always risen from adversity. We have gone through slavery. We have gone through indentured labor. We have gone through colonization. And yet today, the Caribbean stands as a beacon on the world stage. Surely we have risen from adversity. And if we have done it before, and we are better equipped now, more experienced now, therefore, the reason why I visited each country is because I believe so deeply in the ideals of our Caribbean community and the principles of CARICOM, that despite the adversities, I have that hope of a child, but I think it is well placed, that the Caribbean, through this difficult situation that we face at this time, that we shall rise again. But we shall not only rise again for those who think we need to be uplifted, but I dare say that we should rise again, and we will rise again together. And we will rise again together, not for the benefit of individual leaders or political entities, but we shall rise again for the benefit of all of our people, from the north to the south, the east and the west. The peoples of the Caribbean now has become one people, but we shall rise and continue to lead and occupy our space on the world. I want to thank you so much for your attendance. I want to thank you so much for your commitment. Every leader here tonight has demonstrated their commitment. In my private conversations with you, you have said that, and you have committed to that by coming here to St. Kitts and Nevis, at least to sit, dialogue, and move this great community that we call CARICOM together. Thank you, and may God bless all of you, and welcome to St. Kitts and Nevis once again. Thank you very much.
We're deeply appreciative to Prime Minister Honorable Dr. Terence Drew for bringing the feature address. Your message, sir, has not only honored this ceremony, but has also stirred within us a renewed sense of purpose and unity. Our appreciation must also go out to every speaker who shared their voice, and to those on stage and behind the scenes production cast whose dedication brought this ceremony to life. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the finale, and we have now come to the closing aspect of the ceremony. And this final moment gathers the creative energy of the evening into one collective expression. Our finale, titled One Song, features artists from across our creative community, including the Honorable Conris Maynard, Minister of Public Infrastructure, Energy and Utilities et al., a six-time National Carnival Senior Calypso monarch, joined by the Revealers Band and the Synergy Movement in an expression of oneness and forward momentum. Please remain seated and join us as we celebrate One Song.
Song, holding hands, moving on in a world filled with love. Oh, how I just love for that good day to come when we sing all the parts to one song, 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 one song. One song, one song. One song, one song. Every day another war begins. And every day a nation cries. Every day there's more senseless killing. And every day you wonder why. So do I. As we live in this world of terror, there is just one question: why we all can't get along. But when some in high places all they set is double standards, it's like a choir who ain't singing the same song. Confusion, like when we look at the world order. when some bigger than others. And you know, pull up. Honestly, I was trying to change some lyrics for my song. And I can't do it. As a Calypsonian in St. Kitts and Nevis, winning 6 national crowns, many times I've had to respond live on stage for things that I've heard on stage. So I have to do that as we try to bring our nation together and our region together. Let's start from the top. Dancing one song, holding hands, moving on, in a world filled with love. Oh, how I just love for that goodness to come when we sing all the parts to one song, one song, one song, one song, one song, one song. I give me, every day another war begins, and every day a nation cries. Every day there's more senseless killings, and every day you wonder why. So do I. As we live in this world of terror, there is just one question: why we all can't get along. But when some in my places on they set these double standards, it's like a choir who ain't singing the same song. Confusion, like when Trinidad and China hugging up and eating dinner. Yet it's pressure for little Cuba just to make up a $1. And to some, they have to run, but on others we hammer down. What the hell you expect when one thing goes for one but not for everyone? They said, oh, how I just love. But when we can sing one song, holding hands, moving on, in a world filled with love. Oh, how I just love for that goodness to come when we sing all the parts to one song, one song, one song, one song, one song, one song. It's dangerous to put a Calypsonian in front of politicians. Listen, let's talk about religion. Every day we hear of religion. The saving grace for you and me. Every day we hear that each has the right solution. Yet there seems less love, hope and peace. How could this be? Have the forces of evil succeeded to separate we? Why we all can't pray as one? To say you worship one God but you can't get along is beyond me. All religion should be different parts of one song. A song of love, not when you say I'm lost forever because I don't read the Watchtower, or because one choose to wear a beard means the other one can't be shaved. I mean the longest wars in history are religious documentaries. Then what word can we say if ourselves can behave? Or dear God, help us please. I said, oh, how I just love. But when we can sing one song, holding hands, moving on, in a world filled with love. Oh, how I just love for that goodness to come when we sing all the parts to one song. Let me see one finger, one finger, one finger. I give me, let's deal with the society. Every day another gunshot rings, and every day a mother cries. Every day the realness of HIV stings. When a young soul has to die, Oh, tell me why have we forgotten to teach our children all the right morals so they could know what's right from wrong? Or is it that the society songs like pure confusion while gangster vibes singing in unison? So they listen, and when we let our sons run wild while our daughters be keep inside, or when our children are never wrong, when the teachers complaining strong, and when parents actually step up, but the media promoting smart. I confused little boy is a lost little boy who could read plenty havoc. I said, oh, how I just love. But when we can sing one song, holding hands, moving on, in a world filled with love. Oh, how I just love for that goodness to come when we sing all the parts to one song, one song. Let's deal with our region. Every day in my little region. Some have lots of things to say. Every day they claim to love these lands, but their actions seem to stray. Might I say, do we expect our leaders to do everything for our country while we sit and criticize instead of auditioning for a part in these lands of beauty? And politicians learning how to unite, not divide. So if you see us about CARICOM, then 1 from 10 cannot leave none. We must resist the temptation to move as single nations. So from St. Kitts to Trinidad, it's high time that we understand that for us to move on in this world really wrong, by we must sing. I said, oh, how I just love. But when we can sing one song, holding hands, moving on, in my region of love. Oh, how I just love for that goodness to come when we sing all the past. I'm gonna ask the leaders to stand now. Leaders to stand. Oh, how I just love. But when we can sing one song, holding hands, moving on, in a world filled with love. Oh, how I just love for that goodness to come when we sing all the parts to one song. One, everybody, one finger in the air. One song, one song, one song. I give me, rada, pa, 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 da, pa, 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 da. Woo! Thank you very much, St. Kitts and Nevis and the Caribbean region. I love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you had it, one song. On behalf of the member states of CARICOM and the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, we thank you for being with us this evening. As the finale concludes, we kindly ask that you remain seated to allow our dignitaries to depart. First, of course, led by Her Excellency Governor General and heads of state and delegation. We wish you a safe journey and God bless. Thank you very much for being here.